merchant had 2 little children, a boy and a girl. They could barely walk. He was rich. He owned 2 large ships. They carried all his treasures. He expected great profits. One day, news came. Both ships had sunk. Everything was gone. Only one field outside town remained. He walked in the field, back and forth. His heart was heavy. Suddenly, a small black dwarf appeared. "Why are you so sad?" he asked. The merchant told him about the lost ships. The dwarf said, "I can give you wealth, but you must promise me one thing. The first thing that touches your leg at home will belong to me in 12 years. The merchant thought, "Surely it will be my dog." He agreed. He signed a written promise. At home, his little boy ran to him. He held on to his father's legs. The merchant froze. He realized his terrible mistake. No money had come yet. Doubt filled his mind. Time passed slowly. One day, the merchant went to the attic. There, he found a great heap of gold. It sparkled in the morning light. He could hardly believe his eyes. His heart leapt with joy. He used the treasure to trade. He bought ships and goods. He became richer than he had ever been. The townspeople whispered about his success. Meanwhile, his son grew tall. He grew clever, too. He learned quickly. Every day, he amazed his father. The boy's mind was sharp. His hands were strong. The 12th year drew near. The merchant's worry grew. He could not hide it. His face showed fear. The boy noticed. "Father," he asked gently, "why do you look so troubled?" The merchant tried to speak, but could not. At last, he told everything. He told of the black dwarf, of the promise made in haste, of the written, sealed agreement. The father's heart sank. He feared losing his son. Tears came to his eyes. The boy spoke calmly. "Do not be afraid, father. All will go well. The black dwarf has no power over me." They went to a priest. The boy received a blessing. It would keep him safe. The father felt a small relief. Together, they returned to the field. The boy stepped into a circle drawn on the ground. The father joined him. Every step was slow, every movement measured. The black dwarf appeared suddenly. He demanded his due. "You have brought him?" he asked. The boy did not tremble. "You have no right," he said. "You misled my father." They spoke and argued for a long time. Finally, a new plan was agreed. The boy would go into a small boat. It would float on the water away from the field. The father must push it himself. Then the boy would be given to the water. The boy hugged his father tightly. "I will be safe," he whispered. The father's chest tightened. His heart ached. He pushed the boat. It drifted slowly. Suddenly, it tipped over. The keel was up. The father gasped. He thought his son was lost. Grief struck him like a hammer. He ran home. He mourned his boy as if he were dead. The boat did not sink. The boy sat inside. He was safe. The water carried him gently. Days passed as he drifted. The sun rose and set. The stars guided him. Finally, the boat touched an unknown shore. The boy stepped out. He looked around. Before him stood a magnificent castle. Its walls shimmered in the sunlight. Its towers touched the clouds. He entered the castle cautiously. It was empty. A heavy silence filled the halls. Something felt wrong. The air was thick with magic. In the final chamber, a snake lay coiled. The boy stepped closer. The snake raised her head. Then she spoke. "I have waited 12 years for you," she said. "I am not a snake. I am a princess, enchanted by a cruel spell. You are my deliverer." She explained the curse. The kingdom would remain trapped until the spell was broken. She gave him instructions. He must endure 3 nights of torment. Not a single word could be spoken. Any slip, and death would come. If he succeeded, she would use the water of life to restore him. The boy agreed without fear. That night, 12 black figures chained him. They beat him. They stabbed him. He felt pain, but he spoke not a word. The second night brought more torment, more pain. Still, silence held. The third night came. Death seemed near. At midnight, a strange calm filled the room. The curse broke. The snake became a beautiful princess. She carried the water of life. She poured it over him. He felt strength return. Life surged in his veins. The castle filled with joy. The boy embraced the princess. They laughed together. Music rang through the halls. The spell was gone. A grand celebration followed. The princess and the boy married. The kingdom was restored. He became the king of the Golden Mountain. Years passed, peacefully. The king and queen were happy. A son was born. The castle rang with laughter. But one day, the king felt a tug at his heart. He missed his father. He longed to see him. The queen noticed his worry. "I know this will bring sorrow," she said. But the king insisted. He would not rest until he saw his father. The queen gave him a small ring. "It is a wishing ring," she explained. "Wear it on your finger. It can take you wherever you wish. But promise me one thing. Never use it to bring me or our child from here." The king promised. He placed the ring on his finger. In an instant, he found himself outside the town where his father lived. At the city gate, he was stopped. The guards stared at his fine, strange clothing. They would not let him in. He changed his clothes with a shepherd nearby. Now, in simple garb, he entered the town without trouble. He went to his parents' house. The father did not believe him. "Surely my son is dead," he said. But the mother noticed a mark under his right arm, the raspberry mark. Her eyes widened. She knew he was her son. The king revealed his royal status. He told them of his wife, his son, and his kingdom. The father laughed. "This cannot be true," he said. "A king in a shepherd's coat?" The king's heart burned with anger. He had promised obedience, but in a moment of rage, he used the wishing ring. In an instant, the queen and child appeared. The queen wept. "You broke your promise," she said. "You have brought danger upon us." The king tried to calm her. "I did not mean harm," he said. She pretended to forgive him, but in her mind, she planned quietly. The king stood among his family. He felt a mixture of relief and worry, nostalgia for home, humiliation at being doubted, anger at the situation, and a sense of danger looming ahead. The queen led the king to the field by the stream. The water glittered in the sunlight. She guided him to sit down. The king rested his head on her lap. Her hands were warm and soft. He closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly. While he slept, the queen moved silently. She slipped the wishing ring from his finger. She lifted their child into her arms. Without a sound, she vanished. In an instant, they were gone. She whispered a wish. The next moment, they were back in her own kingdom. The king woke. The field was empty. The ring was gone. Only a single slipper remained. His heart sank. Betrayal and loss hit him like a hammer. He realized he could not return to his parents. They would never believe him. Heavy with grief, he began to wander. He walked for days. The forests stretched endlessly. Hills rose and fell like waves. Hunger and exhaustion pressed upon him. Still, he did not despair. At last, he came to a hill. 3 giants were arguing loudly. They could not agree on dividing their father's inheritance. "Little man," one shouted, "help us divide it. You are clever and quick-witted." The king stepped forward. Before him lay a sword, a cloak, and a pair of boots. He asked to inspect each item carefully. He put on the cloak first. Instantly, he vanished. Nothing could be seen but the empty hill. Next, he lifted the sword. He said, "All heads off, but mine." The sword obeyed. It cut a tree as if it were straw. The giants hesitated. They reluctantly handed him the boots as well. Now the king possessed all three magical items. The giants did not understand. Their inheritance had quietly slipped away. The young king smiled. Loss had turned into resolve. He held the sword, the cloak, and the boots. Every hardship, every betrayal had led him here. He was ready. He was clever. And he would reclaim all that was rightfully his. The king thought of his wife and child. He missed them terribly. His heart ached. He longed to see them again. He put on the magical boots. In a blink, he vanished. The air rushed past him. Moments later, he stood near the golden mountain. Music floated through the air. Fiddles and flutes played loudly. People laughed. Voices shouted in celebration. Curiosity turned to shock. The queen was marrying another. She sat on a golden seat. A crown rested upon her head. Her fine clothes sparkled in the light. Rage filled the king's heart. He clenched his fists. He would not wait for an explanation. He put on the cloak. Instantly, he became invisible. He entered the palace silently. No one saw him. He moved through the dining hall. A great feast lay before the guests. He watched carefully. The queen helped herself to food. The king followed her movements. Silently, he stole a piece of meat from her plate. He drank from her cup. No one noticed. The guests were confused. Plates emptied on their own. Cups lifted and drank themselves. The room buzzed with unease. The queen's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. She grew worried. She stood and retreated to her chamber. The king followed. He waited silently. She turned and spoke. "Has the devil come?" she asked. "Or did my deliverer never arrive?" The king revealed himself. He removed the cloak. He stepped forward. His eyes burned with anger. "You betrayed me," he shouted. "You left me while I slept. You abandoned our child. You have brought danger upon us." The queen recoiled. Her heart pounded. Fear showed in her eyes. Guilt mixed with confusion. The king's voice shook the room. Every word was sharp. Every glance was fierce. The confrontation was tense. The palace seemed to hold its breath. Outside, celebration continued. Inside, rage and betrayal filled the air. The king returned to the grand hall. All eyes turned to him. He stood tall. He removed the cloak. "I am the true king," he announced. Laughter and murmurs spread through the room. The nobles mocked him. "Who is this man in fine clothes?" they whispered. Some stepped forward to seize him. The king did not move. He drew the sword he had gained from the giants. Its blade shimmered with power. He raised it and spoke clearly. "All heads off, but mine." Instantly, the command was obeyed. Every enemy in the hall fell. Heads rolled to the floor. Silence fell. The room was still. No sound remained but the king's steady breathing. He looked around. All opposition was gone. He stepped forward slowly. The throne stood before him. He placed himself upon it. The weight of the crown felt right. Order returned to the kingdom. The nobles who remained bowed low. They recognized the power and justice of their true ruler. Outside, the people cheered. Word spread that the king had returned. The kingdom, once torn by betrayal, now had a leader who commanded respect. The king surveyed his halls. The treasures, the palace, the people, all were his to protect. He felt the power of the sword, the cloak, and the boots. Each had brought him to this moment. Justice had been done. No wrong could stand before him. His enemies had been punished. His family was safe. The kingdom was whole. At last, the king could breathe. The golden mountain shone bright. Peace reigned. The story of betrayal, loss, and danger had come to an end. Authority was restored. The kingdom knew its true king. He sat upon the throne. His heart was steady, his mind clear. He was master of his fate. The golden mountain belonged to him once more. Long ago, there lived a queen in a quiet palace. She had a little daughter. The child was so young, she still had to be carried in her mother's arms. But the girl was restless. She cried often. She would not stay calm, no matter how gently her mother spoke. The queen tried patience. She tried kindness. Still, the child would not be quiet. Day after day, the queen grew tired. Her arms ached. Her thoughts became heavy. Outside the palace windows, black ravens circled the sky. They settled on towers and rooftops, calling to one another in harsh voices. At last, the queen lost her temper. In a moment of exhaustion, she opened the window. She looked at the birds and spoke words she did not mean. "I wish you were a raven," she said. "Then you would fly away, and I could rest." The words had barely left her lips. Suddenly, the child slipped from her arms. Feathers appeared where skin had been. The little girl became a raven. With a sharp cry, the bird flew out the window. It vanished into a dark forest beyond the palace walls. The palace fell silent, and the queen and king never heard their child's voice again. One day, a man was walking alone through a deep forest. The trees were tall. The light was dim. The path was narrow and quiet. As he walked, he heard a strange sound, a cry, sharp yet full of sorrow. He stopped. He listened. Then he followed the voice deeper into the forest. At last, he saw a raven perched on a branch. Its eyes were bright and knowing. When it spoke, the man froze. "I was born a king's daughter," the raven said. "I am trapped by enchantment, but you can set me free." The man stood in silence. Then he asked, "What must be done?" The raven spoke carefully. "There is a house farther in the forest," she said. "An old woman lives there. She will offer you food and drink. You must refuse everything. If you eat or drink," the raven warned, "sleep will take you. And if you sleep, I cannot be freed." She gave him more instructions. Behind the house is a garden. In it lies a heap of tan. You must stand there and wait. "For 3 days," she said, "I will come every afternoon, always at the same hour. If you are awake, I will be saved." The man promised to obey. He swore he would remain strong. But the raven shook her head. "I know you will fail," she said softly. "You will accept something from the woman." Still, the man went on. He soon reached the house. The old woman welcomed him with kind words. She saw his tired face. "Poor traveler," she said. "Rest yourself. Take food. Take drink." The man refused. Again and again. At last, she pressed a cup into his hand. "One small drink," she said. "It will do no harm." He drank. Soon after, he went to the garden. He stood upon the heap of tan. He waited. His body grew heavy. His legs weakened. His eyes burned. He lay down, only for a moment. He meant to stay awake, but sleep closed his eyes. At the fixed hour, a carriage arrived. 4 light-colored horses drew it forward. The raven stepped down. She looked at the man. He was sleeping. The first chance was lost. When morning came, the man woke with a heavy heart. He knew what had happened, yet he hoped he might still succeed. The second day began. Once again, the old woman watched him closely. She brought food. She brought drink. Her voice was gentle, but her words would not stop. He refused. He turned his head away. He reminded himself of the raven's warning. But the woman did not leave him in peace. She spoke of strength. She spoke of need. At last, she lifted the glass and placed it near his hand. "One drink," she said. "It is nothing." His resolve weakened. He drank. Soon, the same heaviness returned. His steps slowed. His limbs trembled. Still, he went to the garden. Still, he stood upon the heap of tan. Still, he waited. But his eyes grew dim. His thoughts slipped away. Sleep took him once more. At the fixed hour, the sound of wheels was heard. A second carriage arrived. The horses were darker than before. The raven stepped down. Her face was already full of sorrow. "I know he sleeps," she said. She went to him. She shook him. She called his name. He did not move. When night fell, the man woke again. Shame pressed upon him. Yet one chance remained. The third day came. This time, he refused everything. He pushed away the food. He turned from the drink. "I will not touch it," he said. But the old woman would not stop. She set the dishes before him. The scent filled the room. His strength failed. He ate. He drank deeply. When the hour approached, he went again to the garden. He stood upon the tan heap, but his body could no longer bear it. He sank down. Sleep wrapped around him like stone. At the fixed hour, a third carriage arrived. The horses were black. The driver was black. Everything was black. The raven stepped down in silence. She looked at the man. He was sleeping. She tried once more to wake him. It was useless. All hope seemed gone. The raven stood quietly beside the sleeping man. Her heart was heavy, yet she did not leave at once. Though he had failed her, she still wished to help him. She placed gifts beside his body. First, a loaf of bread, then a piece of meat, then a bottle of wine. These were no ordinary gifts. No matter how much was eaten or drunk, they would never grow less. They would always remain. Next, the raven removed a gold ring. She slipped it onto the man's finger. Her name was carved upon it, clear and bright. It would be a sign, a proof of who she truly was. Last of all, she laid a letter beside his hand. In it, she explained everything. She wrote of the trials. She wrote of his failures. she wrote of the gifts she had given him. Then she wrote of hope. "I see that you cannot set me free here," the letter said. "But if your heart is still willing, seek the golden castle. It lies far away, yet the power to reach it is in your hands." When she had finished, the raven looked at him once more. Her eyes were full of sadness. Then she returned to her carriage and drove away in silence. After a long while, the man awoke. At once, his heart grew heavy. He knew she had come. He knew she had gone. "She has passed by," he whispered, "and I did not save her." Then he saw the gifts. He saw the food. He saw the wine. He felt the ring upon his finger. He took up the letter and read it slowly. With each line, his sorrow changed. His shame became resolve. "I will not stop," he said. "I will find her, no matter how far." He left the house and walked on. He had no path to follow, no guide to lead him. He wandered through forests and open lands. Days passed, then weeks. His body grew tired. Loneliness pressed upon him. At night, he slept beneath trees or in thick bushes. He was lost, but he was not defeated. And so, the journey truly began. After many days of wandering, the man came to the edge of a dark clearing. There, he saw a strange house. It seemed small at first, but in front of it stood a giant. The man stopped. Fear crept into his heart. He thought of turning back. "If the giant sees me," he said to himself, "this may be the end of my life." For a long moment, he stood still. Then he gathered his courage and stepped forward. The giant saw him at once. His voice thundered across the clearing. "It is good that you have come," the giant said. "It has been a long time since I have eaten. I will eat you for my supper." The man trembled, but he did not run. Instead, he spoke calmly. "I would rather you did not eat me," he said. "But if you are hungry, I have food enough for you." The giant laughed. "If that is true," he said, "you may live." They went inside the house together. The man brought out the bread, the meat, and the wine. The giant ate and drank until he was satisfied. "This pleases me well," the giant said. "It is long since I have eaten so freely." As they rested, the man spoke again. "Can you tell me where the golden castle lies?" The giant nodded and rose. "I will look at my maps," he said. He brought out a great map and studied it closely. But the castle was not there. "No matter," said the giant. "I have larger maps." He fetched more, and they searched again. Still, the castle could not be found. Just then, the giant's brother returned home. He, too, was asked about the golden castle. After he had eaten his fill, he brought out old and worn maps. At last, on a very ancient one, the castle appeared. "It lies far away," said the giant, "many thousands of miles." The man sighed. "How shall I ever reach it?" The giant thought for a moment. "I can help you only a little," he said. "I have but 2 hours to spare." He lifted the man and carried him through the air. When the time was done, he set him down. "You can walk the rest alone," the giant said. And so the man continued on his way. After long days and sleepless nights, the man finally reached his journey's end. Before him stood the golden castle. It rose high above the land. Its walls shone softly in the distance, but beneath it stood a mountain of glass. The surface was smooth and shining, steep, impossible. As the man looked up, he saw the raven. She drove slowly around the castle in her carriage. Round and round she went, high above him. His heart leaped with hope. "I have found you," he whispered. He stepped onto the glass mountain. At once, his feet slipped. He fell back to the ground. He tried again and again. Each time, he climbed only a little way. Each time, the glass betrayed him. Down he slid, faster than before. At last, he stopped. His hands were sore. His body was bruised. His breath came heavy. "I cannot reach her like this," he said. For a long time, he stood at the foot of the mountain. He watched the raven circle above him. He felt despair rise in his chest, yet he did not leave. Instead, he built a small shelter near the mountain. A simple hut made of branches and earth. It was little, but it was enough. And there he stayed. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Every day he saw the raven. Every day she drove around the castle, always above him, always just out of reach. He did not call to her. He did not chase her. He only waited. The seasons changed. The air grew cold, then warm again. A whole year passed. Still, he remained. His patience was quiet. His devotion was steady. Though he could not climb the mountain, he would not turn away. Time moved slowly, silently, and the man waited, believing that his chance would come. One day, as the man sat near his hut, he heard loud voices nearby, angry voices, shouting and blows. 3 robbers were fighting among themselves. They struck each other fiercely, yet none could gain the upper hand. The man rose and called out, "God be with you." At once, the fighting stopped. The robbers looked around. They saw no one. They began again. Once more, the man called out. Again, they paused. Again, they saw nothing. The third time, he stepped closer. Startled, the robbers demanded to know what he wanted. The man asked why they fought so fiercely. Each robber spoke in turn. One had found a stick. When it struck a door, any door would open at once. Another carried a cloak. When worn, no eye could see the one beneath it. The third owned a horse. It could travel anywhere, even up a mountain of glass. The robbers argued over who should keep which prize. "I will judge," said the man, "but first, let me test them." They agreed. He mounted the horse. They placed the cloak upon him. They handed him the stick. At once, he vanished from their sight. He struck the ground sharply and cried out, "Now you have learned enough." Before they could recover, he rode away. The horse carried him swiftly to the glass mountain. Upward he went, steady and sure. At last, he reached the castle gates. The doors were closed. He lifted the stick. One strike. The doors sprang open. Still unseen beneath the cloak, he entered the castle. He climbed the stairs. He reached a great hall. There sat the maiden. Before her stood a golden cup filled with wine. The man stepped close. From his finger, he removed the ring. He dropped it into the cup. It rang clearly. The maiden gasped. "That is my ring," she cried. "The one who can set me free must be here." The castle was searched. No one was found. Outside, the man removed the cloak. When they saw him, joy filled the hall. He stepped forward. He took the maiden in his arms. The enchantment broke. "You have set me free," she said. "Tomorrow we shall be married." And so, at last, the long trial ended. There was a poor peasant who owned nothing but a small house. He had no land to call his own. His only treasure was his daughter. The girl was young, but her eyes were sharp. She listened more than she spoke. She noticed things others missed. One evening, she said, "Father, we should ask the king for help. If he knows our hardship, he may grant us a small piece of land." The peasant hesitated, but he agreed. When the king heard of their poverty, he showed mercy. He gave them a stretch of newly cleared ground. Father and daughter worked side by side. They dug the earth with hope in their hearts. Soon, their tools struck something hard. Buried in the soil lay a mortar made of pure gold. The peasant stared in wonder. He felt grateful to the king. "This must be returned," he said. But the daughter shook her head. "If we give the mortar," she warned, "the king will ask for the pestle as well. We do not have it. Say nothing." The peasant struggled with her advice. At last, he chose his own path. He carried the mortar to the palace. The king accepted it. Then he frowned. "And where is the pestle?" he asked. In that moment, trouble began. The king looked closely at the golden mortar. Then he raised his eyes. "If you found this," he said, "you must have found the pestle as well." The peasant bowed low. "My lord, we found nothing more." The king did not believe him. He thought the man was hiding the truth. At once, he gave an order. The peasant was taken away and thrown into prison. There, his life became hard and empty. Each day, he was given only bread and water. Each night, he lay awake on cold stone. And again, he cried out in sorrow. "If only I had listened to my daughter," he said. "If only I had trusted her words." The guards heard him day after day. At last, they told the king of his strange cries. Curious, the king summoned the prisoner. "Why do you always speak of your daughter?" he asked. The peasant told him everything. He spoke of her warning. He spoke of her reason. He spoke of how he had ignored her wisdom. The king listened in silence. His anger faded. In its place grew interest. "If your daughter is so clever," he said, "then let her come before me." Soon, the girl arrived at the palace. She stood calmly, without fear. The king studied her face. "I will test your wisdom," he said. "If you succeed, you shall become my wife. If you fail, you will leave in disgrace." The challenge was set. The king leaned forward on his throne. His voice was calm, but his words were sharp. "Come to me," he said, "not clothed and not naked, not riding and not walking, not on the road and not off the road." The girl did not hesitate. She bowed her head and agreed. Then she turned and left the palace. She thought carefully. Every condition mattered. Every step had to be exact. At home, she removed her clothes. Then she took a large fishing net. She wrapped it around herself, so she was covered, yet not dressed. Next, she hired a donkey. She tied the net to its tail and allowed the animal to pull her forward. She was not walking. She was not riding. As they moved, She guided the donkey so that it traveled along the ruts of the road. Only her toe touched the ground. She was neither on the road nor away from it. In this strange manner, she arrived at the palace gates. The court fell silent. The king watched closely. No words were needed. Her actions spoke for her. At last, the king smiled. "You have answered the riddle," he said. "You have fulfilled every condition." At once, he ordered the peasant to be freed. Before all the court, he took the wise girl as his wife. And so, the daughter of a poor peasant rose from a small house to sit beside the king as queen. Years passed. The kingdom was calm. The queen ruled wisely at the king's side. One day, the king held a great parade. Peasants arrived with wagons of wood. Some wagons were pulled by oxen, others by horses. Among them was a man with 3 horses. As they stood waiting, one horse gave birth to a small foal. The young animal broke free and wandered between 2 oxen standing before another wagon. Soon, voices rose. Hands were lifted. The peasants argued loudly. The ox owner claimed the foal. "It was found with my animals," he said. The horse owner protested. "It was born of my mare." The quarrel grew fierce. At last, it was brought before the king. The king listened briefly. Then he gave his judgment. "The foal shall remain where it was found." The ox owner took the animal. The true owner was left with nothing. The man walked away in tears. His heart was heavy. Yet he remembered the queen, who had once been poor like himself. He went to her in secret. He told his story. The queen listened without interruption. When he finished, she nodded slowly. "I will help you," she said. "But you must promise one thing. You must not betray me." She leaned closer and whispered her plan. A strange plan. One that would speak louder than any argument. The next morning, the peasant did exactly as the queen had told him. As the king rode out to inspect his guards, the man stood in the middle of the road. In his hands was a large fishing net. He cast it again and again onto dry ground. People stopped to stare. Some laughed. Others shook their heads. The king noticed the strange sight. He sent a messenger forward. "What foolish thing are you doing?" the man asked. "I am fishing," the peasant replied calmly. The messenger frowned. "How can you fish where there is no water?" The peasant did not hesitate. "It is just as easy," he said, "as for an ox to give birth to a foal." The messenger returned at once. He repeated the words to the king. The king's face darkened. He ordered the peasant to be brought before him. "This answer is not your own," the king said. "Tell me who taught you this." The peasant denied it, again and again. But the king was not satisfied. The man was punished, pressed, beaten. At last, broken and afraid, the peasant confessed. "It was the queen," he said. "She told me what to do." When the king heard this, his heart hardened. He felt deceived, betrayed, and his anger turned toward the one person he trusted most. When the king returned to the palace, he called the queen before him at once. His voice was cold. "Why have you acted against me?" he asked. "I will not have this in my house." The queen stood quietly. She did not argue. She did not defend herself. "Your time here is finished," the king said. "Return to the place you came from. Go back to your father's poor home." Then he paused. "One thing only I will grant you. You may take with you the one thing you love most." The queen bowed her head. "Yes, my lord," she said. "I accept." That evening, she prepared a farewell meal. She spoke gently. She smiled as before. At the table, she brought a cup of wine. "Drink with me," she said, "for the last time." The king drank deeply. She only sipped. Soon, his eyes grew heavy. His words slowed. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The queen waited. She watched his breath rise and fall. Then she called for a servant. Together, they wrapped the sleeping king in a clean white cloth. They carried him quietly to a waiting carriage, without noise, without tears. She gave the signal. The carriage rolled away into the night. The king awoke to silence. The room was small. The ceiling was low. The bed beneath him was plain. He sat up in alarm. "Where am I?" he cried. He called for his servants, but no one answered. Then the door opened. The queen stepped inside. She came to his side and bowed. "My lord," she said softly, "you allowed me to take with me the thing I loved most." The king stared at her. Slowly, the truth settled in. "I have nothing," she continued, "that is dearer or more precious to me than you." The king's heart broke open. Tears filled his eyes. "I was wrong," he said. "I let my pride rule me. I punished wisdom instead of listening to it." He reached for her hand. "Forgive me." She smiled and took it. "There is nothing to forgive," she replied. That same day, they returned together to the royal palace. The queen was welcomed back with honor. The king proclaimed her his rightful wife once more. From that time on, he trusted her counsel above all others, and thus wisdom triumphed over anger, love over pride. They lived in peace, and the kingdom flourished. Once there lived a poor peasant called Old Hildebrand. He dwelled in a small village, in a modest house, earning his bread through honest labor. His life was simple. His heart was simpler still. Hildebrand had a wife who was lively and fair. She was quick to laugh, quick to listen, and not always careful with her thoughts. Where her husband was steady, she was restless. In the same village lived the parson. To the people, he seemed gentle and holy. His words were smooth, his manners polite. Yet beneath the calm voice hid a greedy heart. For a long time, the parson had watched Hildebrand's wife. His eyes lingered. His thoughts wandered. Again and again, he planned how he might be alone with her, without fear or interruption. At last, he spoke to her in secret. She did not turn away. She listened. Soon, a scheme was made. On a certain Wednesday, the wife would fall suddenly ill. She would groan. She would weaken. She would cling to her bed until Sunday came. The goal was clear. Send Hildebrand far from home and leave the house empty, except for them. On Wednesday morning, the wife took to her bed. She wrapped herself in blankets. She groaned softly at first, then louder as the hours passed. Her face grew pale, her voice weak. Old Hildebrand was frightened. He hurried about the house, lighting fires, boiling broth, whispering prayers beneath his breath. He watched beside her day and night, doing all a loving husband could do. Yet nothing seemed to help. By Sunday, she sighed deeply. "I feel death near," she whispered. "One last wish I have, to hear the parson's sermon this day." Hildebrand shook his head. "No, my dear," he said gently. "Do not risk your life. I will go in your place. I will listen with care and repeat every word when I return." So he went to church alone. The parson climbed the pulpit, his voice smooth and solemn. He spoke of sickness and suffering. He spoke of miracles and mercy. Then he told of a holy pilgrimage, a journey to Italy, to a distant hill where laurel leaves could be bought for a single coin. Whoever brought them home, he promised, would see their sick made whole. Hildebrand's heart leapt. Hope flooded him at once. After the service, the parson smiled kindly. He placed a small sack in Hildebrand's hands, along with a single coin. "Go at once," he said. Without delay, Hildebrand set off down the road, full of faith and great urgency. No sooner had Hildebrand vanished down the road than the sickness vanished with him. The wife sprang from her bed. Blankets fell away. Her voice grew strong. Her laughter returned. Soon after, the parson slipped through the door. The fire was fed. Chickens were cooked. Pancakes sizzled in the pan. A fiddle sang out, and the room filled with clapping and dance. Illness was forgotten. Joy ruled the house. But the road tells another story. Hildebrand hurried on, his feet aching, his heart full of hope. He wished only to shorten the miles. Before long, he met a familiar face. His gossip, an egg merchant returning from market, baskets empty on his back. They greeted each other warmly. When asked of his haste, Hildebrand poured out the tale. Word for word, he repeated the sermon. The pilgrimage, the laurel leaves, the sack, the coin, his sick wife waiting at home. The egg merchant grew grave. Poor friend, he said softly. There is no miracle. This is a trick. The parson seeks thy house, not thy healing. Hildebrand went pale. His steps faltered. Doubt battled faith within him. Hide in my basket, whispered the gossip. I will carry thee home. Thine own eyes shall judge the truth. So Hildebrand climbed inside. The lid closed, and without a sound, they turned back toward the village, toward the house where laughter still rang. They reached the cottage as dusk settled in. From outside, laughter spilled into the road. Music danced through the walls. No sound of sickness remained. The gossip knocked. A woman's voice called out, surprised, uneasy. I beg shelter for the night, said the egg merchant. My baskets are heavy, and darkness is upon me. After a pause, the door opened. He stepped inside and set the basket down near the stove. The fire burned bright. The parson stood in the center of the room, bow moving fast across the fiddle. The wife clapped her hands, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining with delight. Sing for me. The parson laughed. She hesitated only a moment. Then her voice rose, careless and light. I sent my husband far away, she sang, to a holy hill in Italy. The parson answered in tune, mocking and bold. I wish a year would pass, he sang, before he ever comes back. From the shadows, another voice joined the song, soft at first, measured, sharp with meaning. What dost thou do, my Hildebrand dear? Sang the gossip, while others feast so near. The room fell still. The fiddle faltered. The wife turned pale. Suddenly, the basket burst open. Hildebrand leapt out, his face burning with truth. "No song shall I love again," he cried, "that hides betrayal in its tune." Music died, laughter fled, and the truth stood bare before them all. Hildebrand stood in the middle of the room. His chest rose and fell. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with fury. For a moment, no one spoke. The fiddle lay silent. The fire crackled, unaware. Then Hildebrand moved. He seized the stout cudgel that leaned against the wall, the same stick he used in the fields. His voice thundered as his arm rose. "Out of my house," he shouted, "thou smooth-tongued liar." The parson stumbled back, hands raised, words failing him at last. The cudgel struck the floor beside his feet, then the doorpost, then the air itself, driving him backward. Hildebrand chased him to the threshold, each step heavy with justice. The parson fled into the night, his fine robes no shield against shame. The village would soon hear of this day. Inside, the laughter was gone. The music was dead. Only silence remained. The wife sank onto the bench by the stove. Her face burned red, then pale. Her eyes would not meet her husband's. The plan, so clever in secret, lay broken and exposed. The false sickness, the holy lie, the stolen joy, all of it collapsed in a single breath. Hildebrand lowered the cudgel. His anger cooled, leaving sorrow behind. And in that quiet room, truth stood heavier than any blow. Hildebrand's voice rang clear through the cottage. "No more tricks, no more lies. Hear me well." He turned to the parson. "Thou who claimest piety, yet plot in secret, seeking the wife of a humble man for thy pleasure, shame be upon thee." The parson shrank, speechless, his smooth words now empty. Hildebrand's gaze shifted to his wife. "Thou didst lend thine ear to this wicked plan, letting deceit take root in our home. Know this, such folly has a price." Her head bowed, fear and regret painting her face. No excuse came. No defense was offered. Hildebrand continued, steady and firm. "Faith is not a tool for trickery. Honor is not granted to those who break trust. We restore truth in this house. Order returns because I demand it. We shall live by honesty, and none shall tempt our peace again." The parson stumbled away, his shadow swallowed by the night. The cottage settled into quiet. Hildebrand spoke once more, softer now. "Let this day teach us, and all who hear our tale, deceit brings no joy, and cunning without conscience finds only shame. In that small home, the balance of authority returned. Truth was king once more, and peace, though hard-earned, began its slow, steady work. The truth stood plain in the cottage. No pilgrimage had been made. No laurel leaves had crossed the sea. The parson's clever sermon was revealed as mere deceit. His pride and smooth words crumbled into dust. The villagers would speak of it, and his respect vanished as quickly as his plan. He had hoped to bend faith for his desire, but justice, quiet and steadfast, had its day. Hildebrand's wife, too, felt the weight of wisdom. Feigning sickness, playing tricks with hearts and hands, brought nothing but shame. No merriment could hide the lesson she now carried. She understood. Falsehood, however clever, leaves only sorrow in its path. Hildebrand's honesty shone in contrast, simple, steadfast, and true. His devotion to duty, his care for his wife and household, had uncovered the deceit and restored order. Truth prevailed over cunning, and so the small village learned with them. Faith alone, untempered by wisdom, may be twisted. Cunning without conscience will sooner or later be unmasked. In the end, Hildebrand's hands were honest, his voice steady, and his home at peace. The parson was shamed, the wife wiser, and the lesson clear. Deceit cannot endure, and the simplest truth is the mightiest of all. Long ago, in a quiet kingdom, there lived an old king. Time had bent his back. Illness had taken his strength. Day by day, his breath grew weaker. Night by night, his sleep grew restless. The finest doctors were summoned. The wisest healers were called. Potions were mixed. Prayers were spoken. Nothing helped. A heavy silence settled over the palace. Footsteps softened. Voices lowered. Hope began to fade. The king had 3 sons. They loved their father deeply. When they saw his suffering, their hearts broke. One evening, they walked into the palace garden. There, beneath quiet trees, they wept together. As they stood in sorrow, an old man approached them. His clothes were simple. His eyes were sharp and knowing. He asked why they grieved so bitterly. They told him the truth. Their father was dying. Nothing could save him. The old man paused. Then he spoke of one last remedy: the water of life. If the king drinks it, he said, he will be healed. But his voice darkened. The water is hard to find, and the path to it is full of danger. At once, the eldest son stepped forward. If he succeeded, he would earn glory, and perhaps the crown. The king resisted. The risk was too great. But at last, with a heavy heart, he gave his consent. The eldest son wasted no time. At dawn, he prepared his horse and rode away from the palace. In his heart, pride walked beside him. If he returned with the cure, his father would favor him above all. The kingdom would surely be his. These thoughts warmed him more than the rising sun. Before he had gone far, a small, strange figure appeared on the road, bent in shape, sharp in voice. The little guardian asked where he was riding with such urgency. The prince barely slowed his horse. His reply was cold and mocking. The question, he said, was none of the creature's concern. The guardian said nothing more, but his eyes darkened. And as the prince rode on, something unseen followed him. The land began to change. Hills closed in. Rocks rose higher. The road grew narrow beneath the hooves of his horse. Soon, the path tightened into a dark ravine. The mountains pressed closer and closer. At last, the prince could go no farther. There was no space to turn, no room to step down. He was trapped, alone. The echoes of his own breath were his only company. Back at the palace, days passed, then weeks. The king waited. No rider returned. Silence filled the halls once more. At last, the second son stepped forward. Grief sat on his face, but ambition stirred beneath it. If his brother had failed, the path to the throne might now be his. The king refused at first. He feared losing another son, but pleading wore him down, as sorrow often does. The second prince followed the same road, the same wind, the same rising hills. And once again, the small guardian appeared. The question was asked. The answer came sharp and dismissive. The guardian's silence fell again. Not long after, the land closed around the second son as well. The ravine swallowed him. Forward was impossible. Backward was denied. And so, like his brother before him, he remained imprisoned by his own pride. When no word came of his brothers, the youngest son could bear it no longer. He went to his father quietly. His voice did not speak of crowns or reward. "Let me go," he said. "If there is even a chance to save you, I must try." The king looked at him for a long time. He saw no hunger for power in his eyes, only love and fear of loss. At last, the king nodded. With sorrow in his heart, he gave permission. The youngest prince set out alone. Before long, he too met the small guardian standing in the road. This time, the prince stopped. He dismounted. He listened. When asked where he was going, he spoke honestly. His father was dying. He sought the water of life. not for himself, but to save a life he loved. The guardian studied him carefully. He asked questions. He watched his answers. Then his face softened. "Because you have spoken with respect," he said, "I will help you." He placed a simple iron wand into the prince's hand. He gave him 2 small loaves of bread. Then he spoke of dangers ahead. A sealed castle, fierce guardians at the gate, and a rule that could not be broken. "You must be quick," he warned, "before the final hour sounds." The prince thanked him and rode on. Everything happened as foretold. The wand struck the door. Once, twice, a third time. The entrance opened. 2 great guardians stood within. The prince did not fight them. He offered the bread instead. They grew calm and stepped aside. Inside, the castle lay silent. Figures sat unmoving, caught in enchanted sleep. The prince passed them gently. He took only what lay openly before him. Nothing more. At last, he reached a chamber filled with light. There, a young woman greeted him with joy. Her curse, she said, was broken. She promised him her hand and her kingdom if he returned in 1 year. She pointed him onward, to the spring. The prince felt his legs grow heavy. Weariness pressed upon him. A bed stood nearby. For a moment, he closed his eyes. Then, the sound of time. The hour was near. The prince woke with a sharp breath. Time had slipped away. A deep sound echoed through the halls. The final hour was close. He rose at once and ran. Stone floors blurred beneath his feet. At the heart of the castle, the spring shimmered softly, clear, still. He filled a small cup with the water of life, not a drop more than needed. Then he turned and fled. Behind him, the air changed. The walls seemed to breathe. The great door began to move. He leapt forward just as it slammed shut. The force was fierce. Pain flashed through his heel. But he was free. Clutching the cup, the prince did not slow until the castle lay far behind him. Only then did he stop and breathe. The water was safe. On the road home, he met the small guardian once more. The old figure smiled when he saw the cup. He pointed to the items the prince carried. "With these," he said, "you can feed the hungry without end, and defend the helpless against great armies." The prince bowed his head in thanks. Then he asked about his brothers. The guardian's voice grew stern. They were trapped by their own pride, punished for their harsh hearts. The youngest prince did not argue. He pleaded. At last, the guardian agreed. The brothers were released. But a warning followed. "Watch them," he said. "Not all wounds are visible." The brothers met again on the open road. The youngest spoke openly. He told them of the castle, the princess, the water. They listened. They smiled. But envy rested quietly behind their eyes. Together, they rode on. Soon, they reached a land worn thin by hunger and war. The people were weak. The king stood near ruin. The youngest prince stepped forward. He shared his bread. No matter how much was given, it did not run out. The people were fed. Then he lent his weapon. The fighting ended. Peace returned. When the work was done, the prince took back what was his, and the journey continued. The road carried them onward. Once again, they entered a land torn by hunger. Fields lay bare. Children cried for bread. The youngest prince stepped forward. He shared what he carried. The people were fed. Hope returned. Soon after, they reached another kingdom broken by war. Steel had ruled there for too long. The prince offered his aid once more. The fighting ended. Peace followed. But with each act of kindness, something darkened in his brothers. Praise followed the youngest wherever they went. Gratitude filled the air, and jealousy grew in silence. At last, they boarded a ship to cross the sea. Waves rocked the vessel gently. The journey was long. One night, while the youngest slept, the two elder brothers spoke in low voices. Their words were sharp. Their fear sharper still. "If father lives," one said, "the crown will never be ours. All the glory will belong to him," said the other, "and we will be forgotten." Their decision was made. Quietly, they approached the sleeping prince. They lifted the cup from his side. The true water was poured away. In its place, they filled the cup with bitter seawater. Nothing seemed changed. The prince slept on. When they reached the palace, the youngest hurried to his father's bedside. His heart was full of hope. He offered the cup at once. The king drank. At first, nothing happened. Then his breathing grew worse. His face tightened with pain. A cry rose in the room. The brothers stepped forward. They shouted accusations. The youngest, they said, had meant to poison the king. Then they brought forward another cup, the true water of life. The king drank again. Strength returned to his limbs. Color rose in his face. He stood as though renewed by youth itself. The court watched in awe. The youngest prince was speechless. Before he could speak, his brothers leaned close. Their voices were cold. "Say nothing," they warned, "or you will lose your life." The king's joy turned to fury. Believing the lie, he condemned his youngest son in his heart, and justice slipped into shadow. The king did not speak of his judgment openly, but his heart had hardened. Quiet orders were given. No court was summoned. No sentence was read aloud. One morning, the youngest prince was told to ride out for the hunt. He suspected nothing. A royal huntsman rode beside him. They traveled deep into the forest. The trees grew thick. The world fell silent. At last, they were alone. The huntsman's face was pale. His hands trembled. The prince noticed and asked gently what troubled him. At first, the man could not speak. Then the truth broke from him. He had been ordered to kill the prince in secret. The words hung heavily between them. The prince felt fear, but he did not rage. Instead, he looked at the huntsman with calm eyes. "Let me live," he said. "Take my clothes. Return wearing them. Say you have obeyed." Tears filled the huntsman's eyes. He had never wished to shed innocent blood. He agreed at once. They exchanged garments beneath the trees. The huntsman rode back alone. The prince walked deeper into the forest. Days passed. Weeks followed. Then, one morning, 3 great wagons arrived at the palace gates. They were heavy with gold and precious stones. They were gifts of gratitude from distant kings. These rulers had been saved from hunger and war. They owed their peace to the youngest prince. The old king stood in silence as the wagons were unloaded. Doubt crept into his heart. Had he judged too harshly? Grief followed close behind. He believed his son to be dead. The thought crushed him. At last, the huntsman could bear it no longer. He knelt before the king and confessed everything: the forest, the mercy, the exchanged clothes. The king's heart broke open with sorrow. He wept openly. At once, he sent messengers into every land. A proclamation was made. If his youngest son yet lived, he was to return home. He would be welcomed and forgiven. Far away in the enchanted kingdom, the princess waited. The year promised to her had come to an end. She ordered a road to be prepared before her palace. It shone brightly, as if touched by sunlight, even at dusk. She told her people the rule: whoever rides straight along this road is my true deliverer. He shall be welcomed. All others must turn away. The eldest brother arrived first. He saw the glowing path and hesitated. It seemed too bold, too proud. Fearing judgment, he guided his horse to the side. The palace gates remained closed. He was turned away. Soon after, the second brother came. He too avoided the shining road. He believed humility meant stepping aside. Once again, the gates did not open. He was sent away in silence. At last, the youngest prince came riding from the forest. His thoughts were filled only with love. He barely noticed the road beneath him. His horse carried him straight ahead. The gates opened. The princess ran to greet him with joy. She named him her deliverer and rightful lord. The kingdom rejoiced. Their wedding was celebrated with music and light. Peace filled the land. Afterward, the princess spoke gently to her husband. His father had called for him. Forgiveness awaited. The prince returned to the palace. The king rose to meet him. Tears stood in his eyes. Calmly, the youngest told the truth. The journey, the betrayal, the silence he had kept. The king listened without interruption. When the story ended, he embraced his son. His forgiveness was complete. Of the elder brothers, little was said. They had chosen their own path, and they did not return. The kingdom was made whole again. Justice stood quietly in its place, and peace settled gently over the land. So ends the tale of the water of life, a story of humility rewarded, and a heart that chose kindness over power. The peasant's name was Crab. Each day he worked until his back ached and his hands burned. He cut wood in the forest. He plowed fields from dawn until dusk. All he owned in the world were 2 oxen, a wooden cart, and an old coat patched so many times it barely held together. One misty morning, while the sun still hid behind the hills, Crab loaded his cart with firewood and walked toward the town. He hoped to earn a few coins. Nothing more. He stopped before a fine house. Inside, a wealthy doctor sat at a table heavy with food. Rich meats, warm bread, golden wine. Servants moved at his slightest gesture. Crab stood in the doorway, dusty and tired. The smell of the food reached him. So did the silence of comfort. Something stirred in his chest. Envy. Longing. How easy his life must be, Crab thought. To eat, to rest, to be called wise. Before he could stop himself, he spoke. Sir, could a poor man like me ever become a doctor? The doctor smiled, amused. "Oh, yes," he said lightly. "That is easy." He gave 3 instructions. Buy a learning book with a picture, sell your tools, and dress like a doctor. Hang a sign claiming the name. Crab believed every word. By nightfall, the oxen were gone. The cart was sold. A bright coat hung on his shoulders, and above his door, a sign declared him a doctor. In name, at least. At first, people came out of curiosity. A sore leg, a sick cow, a restless child. Crab listened. He nodded. He answered with whatever words came to mind. Strangely, things improved. The cow stood. The child slept. The leg healed on its own. Luck walked beside him. And soon, so did belief. Whispers spread through the village. This doctor is unusual. He speaks little, but knows much. Before long, the talk reached a powerful lord. The lord had lost a great treasure. Gold had vanished from his own house. No thief could be found. "Send for the wise one," the servant said. "Dr. Know-all." A carriage arrived at Crab's door. 6 horses, polished wheels. Crab's heart jumped. Fear crept in. But he lifted his chin and agreed to come. "One thing," he said carefully. "My wife must travel with me." The Lord allowed it. They rode to the castle in silence. Crab stared at velvet seats and shining walls. He had never seen such splendor. A feast awaited them. Silver plates, covered dishes, servants moving in perfect order. Crab sat beside his wife. Food arrived. He leaned close and whispered, "Greta, that is the first." The servant froze. His face drained of color. He hurried away. Another dish came. Crab whispered again, "That is the second." The second servant trembled. His hands shook. A third followed. And again, Crab murmured softly, "That is the third." The servants fled one by one. Outside the hall, fear spread fast. "He knows," they whispered. "He counts us." Inside, Crab ate quietly, unaware that his careless words were building a legend. At last, the Lord leaned forward. "Now, doctor," he said, "show me your wisdom." Before Crab stood a covered dish. The room fell silent. Crab stared at it. His mouth went dry. His thoughts spun in circles. He knew nothing, nothing at all. The silence stretched. Sweat gathered at his brow. Then, without thinking, he sighed softly. "Oh, poor Crab." The Lord sprang to his feet. His eyes shone. "There!" he cried. "Did I not tell you? He has named the thief himself." The servants turned pale. Their knees weakened. "He knows," they whispered. "He even knows his own name." One by one, they slipped from the hall. With shaking hands, they beckoned Crab to follow. Outside, they fell to their knees. "Mercy, good doctor," they begged. "We took the gold. Spare us, and we will return everything." They promised more. A heavy purse, a secret kept forever. Crab nodded slowly, as if this had all been planned. They led him to the hiding place. The treasure was restored, the bribe placed quietly in his hands. Back in the hall, Crab sat again, calm, silent. "I must consult my book," he said gravely. He opened his little ABC book, turned pages, paused. Nearby, another servant crept close, hiding in the warmth of the stove. Crab looked up suddenly. "I know you are there," he said. "You may come out." With a cry, the servant leapt into the open. "It is true," he shouted. "This man knows everything." The Lord bowed in awe. The treasure lay before him once more, and Dr. Know-All's fame grew stronger than ever. The Lord stood before his court in wonder. He raised his hands and spoke aloud. "Never have I seen such wisdom," he said. "This doctor sees what others cannot." All eyes turned to Crab. "Name the thieves," the Lord commanded. "Justice must be done." Crab lowered his gaze. He shook his head slowly. "It is enough that the gold has returned," he said. "What is revealed need not always be spoken." The hall grew quiet. The Lord studied him, then nodded. "Such mercy is greater than punishment," he declared. Before all present, he rewarded the doctor richly. Gold was counted. Fine gifts were given. Honor was shown. Later, in secret corners and dark passageways, the frightened servants came again. They pressed more coins into Crab's hands, grateful, relieved, silent. When Crab and his wife returned home, their cart was heavy. Their hearts were light. Greta stared at the gold in disbelief. "We were poor this morning," she whispered. "And now—" Word traveled faster than they did. By the next day, neighbors gathered. By the next week, strangers arrived. They pointed at the sign above the door. "I am Dr. Know-All." People spoke the name with awe, some with fear, some with hope. "He sees through walls," one said. "He knows secrets without asking," said another. Crab listened. He nodded. He said little. His coat grew finer. His house grew fuller. And his simple life was gone. Yet the sign remained, nailed firmly above the door, and all who passed beneath it believed, without question, that true wisdom lived inside. From that day on, Crab lived as a doctor in full, not by learning, not by study, but by reputation. People came with pains and worries. He listened. He nodded. He spoke little. Often, he said nothing at all. And somehow, that silence worked. If a sickness passed on its own, they praised his wisdom. If trouble faded with time, they praised his patience. When he shrugged, they called it deep thought. When he paused, they called it careful judgment. Crab never opened another book, never learned a cure, never mixed a remedy. Yet fortune continued to protect him. Mistakes turned into miracles. Guesses sounded like truth. Accidents became proof of genius. People began to say, "He knows more than words can hold." True wisdom needs no explanation. Crab himself often wondered at it all. But he did not argue. He wore his fine coat. He kept his door open. He let belief do the work for him. The village prospered. The doctor's name grew larger than the man. And no one ever discovered that Dr. Know-All knew nothing at all. So he lived comfortably, respected, unchallenged, and the world remained satisfied. For in that land, it was not knowledge that ruled, but confidence, not truth, but appearance. And as long as people believed, the doctor never failed. Morning came gently to the small village. Thin smoke curled from low roofs. Beyond the fields, the forest stood dark and silent. In a narrow cottage lived a poor woodcutter. His life was ruled by the axe. His hands were rough. His back was bent by years of work. From dawn until night, he labored for others. But he had one treasure, his only son. For many years, the old man denied himself comfort. He skipped warm meals. He wore worn clothes. Coin by coin, he saved what he could, not for himself, but for the boy. One evening, he placed the small purse into his son's hands. "My child," he said, "let knowledge guide you, not endless labor. Fill your mind, so your body will not suffer as mine has." The boy listened in silence. His heart was hopeful. His path lay ahead. 2 futures stood before him, one shaped by labor, the other by wisdom, and fate waited quietly between them. The boy arrived at a place filled with stone towers and quiet halls. Bells marked the hours. Books filled the air with dust and promise. He gave himself fully to learning. He rose early. He studied late. His eyes followed every lesson with care. The teachers noticed him. They spoke kindly of his sharp mind and steady effort. Among many students, he began to stand apart. Seasons passed. Days turned into months. With each lesson learned, his future seemed brighter. But knowledge is costly, and the small purse his father had saved grew lighter. Coin by coin, it emptied. At last, there was nothing left. The boy could not finish his studies. With a heavy heart, he packed his few belongings. He turned away from the towers and walked back toward his village. When the father saw him, his face fell. "My son," he said quietly, "I have failed you. I can give no more. My strength is fading, and my hands earn little." The boy stepped closer. He placed a hand on his father's shoulder. "Do not grieve," he said gently. "What is meant for us will come in its time. If this path has closed, another will open. I will not lose hope." Yet, as night fell over their humble home, both knew they stood at the edge of uncertainty. The next morning, the sun spoke with resolve. "I will go with you to the forest," he said. "I will share your work." The father frowned. "This labor is harsh," he replied, "and I own only one axe." "Then we will borrow one," the son said simply. So, at dawn, they set out together. Mist drifted between the trees. Birds stirred above them. The forest felt wide and lonely. They worked side by side. The father's blows were steady and sure. The son's hands were untrained. His strikes were awkward. Still, he did not complain. By midday, the sun burned high. The father sat upon a fallen log. "Let us rest," he said. But the son smiled. "I am not tired yet. I will walk a little." He wandered beneath the thick canopy. Leaves whispered overhead. At last, he came upon a great oak. Its trunk was vast. Its roots twisted like old serpents. As he looked up, a voice cried out, low, muffled, "Let me out." The boy turned. No one stood there. Again the voice called from the ground itself. He knelt. He brushed away the soil. Hidden among the roots lay a glass bottle. Without fear, he pulled the cork. Dark smoke burst forth. It rose and swelled. A towering spirit stood before him. "Your reward is death," the spirit roared. The boy stood calm. "First," he said, "prove you truly came from that bottle." The spirit laughed. Its voice shook the forest. "You dare question me?" it boomed. "This is a simple trick." Proud and certain, the spirit began to change. Its great form twisted and shrank. Dark smoke pulled inward. In moments, it slipped back into the narrow glass bottle. At once, the boy pressed in the cork. He wedged the bottle deep among the roots. Inside, the spirit raged. The glass rattled. Angry cries filled the air. The boy turned to leave. "Wait!" the voice called again. This time, it was thin and pleading. "Set me free, and I will make you rich." The boy stopped. He thought of his father. He thought of their empty home. "Why should I trust you?" he asked. "I swear no harm," the spirit said. "I will give you power beyond gold." The boy stood in silence. At last, he nodded. Once more, he pulled the cork. The spirit rose, but did not strike. Instead, it placed a small cloth into the boy's hands. It was plain and worn. "With one end," the spirit said, "touch a wound, and it will heal. With the other, touch iron, and it will turn to silver." The boy tested it at once. He cut the bark of a tree. He touched the cloth. The mark vanished. The boy bowed. For a moment, all seemed balanced again. The son returned to where his father waited among the trees. The old man rose at once. "You left your work," he said sharply. "This forest is no place for wandering." The boy bowed his head. "Be patient," he replied. "I can make things right." He lifted the borrowed axe. Carefully, he rubbed the blade with the cloth. At once, the metal changed. The iron flashed pale and bright. It bent and softened. The axe had become silver. The father cried out. He clasped his hands in despair. "What have you done?" he said. "This tool was not ours. Now it is ruined. I have nothing to repay its owner." The boy did not panic. He set the axe down. "Do not fear," he said calmly. "The fault is mine. I will answer for it." He explained what had happened in the forest. The spirit, the bottle, the gift. The father listened in silence. His worry did not fade. "I will go to town," the son said at last. "I will see what can be done." He wrapped the silver axe in cloth. He turned toward the road. Behind him, the forest stood quiet once more. The son walked through the town until he reached a goldsmith's shop. The man behind the counter studied the silver axe in silence. He weighed it carefully. He tested the metal. At last, he nodded. "This is pure silver," he said. "It is worth a great sum, more than I can pay in full today." He counted out a heavy purse and placed it on the table. "The rest will follow," he promised. The son thanked him and returned home. When the father saw the money, his eyes widened. He could scarcely speak. "This is more than I have seen in my lifetime," he said. "Where did such wealth come from?" The son sat beside him. Slowly, he told the whole tale. The ancient tree, the hidden bottle, the spirit's rage and its bargain. The father listened, his fear easing with every word. "You have lifted a great burden from my heart," he said at last. "No longer will I worry about hunger or debt." The son placed the purse in his father's hands. "Use it for your comfort," he said. "I will return to my studies." Relief settled over their small home. What had once been filled with worry now held quiet hope. With the money that remained, the son returned to his place of learning. Once more, the towers welcomed him. The bells rang as before. He studied with renewed purpose. But now he carried a quiet secret. When he saw pain or injury, he used the cloth with care. A gentle touch, a silent cure. Word began to spread. People whispered of a young man whose hands brought relief. He did not boast. He did not seek praise. Still, his name traveled from town to town. In time, he became known as a great healer, not for wealth, but for compassion and skill. Far away, his father lived in peace. His days were no longer filled with worry. He rested in comfort, grateful for his son's wisdom. And so, the tale found its meaning. Strength alone does not shape a good life, nor does fortune gained through force. True power lies in understanding. True courage walks beside wisdom, and the greatest rewards come to those who earn them with care. As night settles and the world grows still, this story reminds us gently. A calm mind can overcome great danger, and hope, guided by wisdom, will always find its way home. Once, there was a soldier. He had fought bravely for his king. Through long wars, he obeyed every order. He survived fire, hunger, and fear. Then peace came, and with it, betrayal. The army dismissed him. No reward, no pension, not even a thank you. Soon, his money was gone. His boots wore thin. His stomach stayed empty. He walked from village to village with no roof, no bread, and no friend to speak his name. Bitterness settled in his chest, not because of war, but because of injustice. One morning, hunger drove him off the road and into a dark forest. He hoped for berries or roots, anything to keep him alive. As he walked beneath the trees, a small man appeared on the path, neatly dressed, sharp eyes, a strange smile. "You look troubled," the man said. The soldier sighed. "I am starving," he replied, "and I have nothing left." The stranger leaned closer. "I can change that," he whispered. 7 years of service, and wealth beyond hunger. But there was a price. 7 years unwashed, uncut, untouched by comfort. The soldier closed his eyes. Pride weighed heavy, but survival weighed more. At last, he nodded. "If this is the only way," he said, "then I agree." The small man turned. "Follow me," he said. The ground opened beneath them. Stone steps led downward, deeper, darker. The air grew thick, hot, heavy with smoke. They reached a vast underground hall. Iron kettles lined the floor. Each one boiled and hissed. Flames roared beneath them. "This is your work," the stranger said. The soldier was given simple tasks, endless tasks. He fed the fires with logs, swept ash and soot from the floor, pushed the filth behind heavy doors. One rule was spoken clearly. "Never lift the lids," the man warned. "Never look inside the kettles. Disobey, and you will regret it." The soldier nodded. He needed the wages. He obeyed. Days passed, or months. He could no longer tell. The work never changed. Fire, soot, heat, silence. Sometimes the master returned. He inspected the floor, checked the fires, said nothing, then vanished again. Time felt strange, stretched, twisted. The soldier's body changed. His hair grew wild. His beard hung heavy. His nails curved like claws. Tears burned his eyes, but he never wiped them away. Bitterness grew beside his hunger, and curiosity followed close behind. Those kettles boiled day and night. They groaned, they rattled, they whispered secrets. At last, the soldier could bear it no longer. When no one watched, he stepped closer. Slowly, carefully, he lifted one lid. Inside, a man writhed in the boiling broth. The soldier froze. He knew that face. An officer who once shouted orders. A man who had humiliated him. A dark smile crossed the soldier's lips. "So," he whispered, "now the fire answers to me." He dropped the lid, shoved another log beneath the kettle, watched the flames leap higher. Then he moved to the next. Another familiar face, another former master. Each time, he closed the lid tighter, fed the fire harder, down there in the soot and flames, power had changed hands. And the soldier felt it. What felt like months was truly 7 years. The days blurred together, fire after fire, ash after ash. Then one day, the master returned. He stood before the soldier, eyes sharp, smile thin. "Your time is finished," he said. The soldier bowed his head. "I have done my work," he replied. The master studied him closely. "You obeyed," he said slowly, "but you also looked inside the kettles." The soldier stiffened. "You were spared," the master continued, "only because you fed the fires well. Had you not done so, your fate would have been worse." The soldier said nothing. "Do you wish to return above?" the master asked. "Yes," the soldier said. "I wish to see the world again." "Then take your wages." A sack was placed in his hands. It was heavy, cold, filled with soot and sweepings. The soldier's heart sank. "One thing more," the master said. "Go as you are. Do not wash. Do not trim your hair or nails. When men ask where you come from, say this: 'I come from below.' When they ask who you are, say, 'I am the devil's sooty brother.'" The soldier obeyed. He climbed back to the surface. Light struck his eyes. Fresh air burned his lungs. At the forest's edge, he stopped. Curiosity stirred again. He opened the sack. The soot shimmered, shifted, turned yellow. Gold, pure gold. The soldier stared in silence. All that misery, all that filth, paid in full. A laugh broke from his chest, soft at first, then full and free. He tied the sack tightly, slung it over his shoulder, and with steady steps, he walked toward the world of men, toward towns, toward doors, toward fate waiting to be tested again. By nightfall, the soldier reached a small inn. He pushed open the door. Conversation stopped. Men stared. Women whispered. His hair hung wild. His beard was thick and matted. His nails curved like claws. His eyes burned red with old tears. "Where do you come from?" the innkeeper asked, stepping back. "From below," the soldier replied. "And who are you?" "The devil's sooty brother," he said calmly. Fear filled the room. Then the soldier loosened his sack. Gold spilled out, bright, heavy, impossible to ignore. Fear faded. Greed took its place. The innkeeper smiled. Too quickly. He offered the finest room, the best food, strong drink. The soldier ate in silence. He did not wash. He did not change. That night, he slept deeply, too deeply. Before dawn, quiet footsteps crossed the floor. A hand reached for the sack. When the soldier awoke, the gold was gone. He sat on the bed. His chest tightened. Then he exhaled. "This was not my doing," he said softly. "Misfortune has found me again." He did not shout. He did not fight. Instead, he turned back toward the forest. Down again. Below again. The master listened as the soldier spoke. This time, he did not smile. Water was brought. Soap. A blade. The soldier was washed clean. His hair trimmed. His nails cut. His eyes wiped clear. He looked human once more. Then the sack was returned to him, heavy again. "Go back," the master said. "Ask for what is yours. If he refuses, tell him this: I will come myself, and he will take your place." The soldier returned to the inn. He stood tall now, clean, unafraid. "You stole my gold," he said. The innkeeper turned pale. Hands shook. Knees buckled. The gold was returned, and more was added. "Please," the man begged, "say nothing. Tell no one." The soldier took the sack. Justice at last had found its voice. The soldier did not hurry home. He changed his clothes. Plain, worn, forgettable. He traveled from town to town, on foot, with no display of gold. Along the way, he played a simple tune, a skill learned in dark places, a melody shaped by fire and time. People stopped to listen. Coins were offered. Smiles followed. One day, the sound reached a palace. An old king heard the music. It pleased him deeply. It stirred something long quiet in his heart. "Bring me the man," the king said. The soldier stood before the throne, humble, silent. "You shall marry my eldest daughter," the king declared. The court gasped. The princess looked at the soldier's rough coat, his weathered hands. "I would rather sink into the sea," she said coldly. The hall fell quiet. The soldier lowered his head. "I ask for nothing," he said. "I will go my way." The king studied him. Then he turned to his youngest daughter. She stepped forward without fear. "I will marry him," she said. "He carries no pride, and that is worth more than gold." They were wed simply, without display, without noise. In time, the old king passed away. The crown did not fall through trickery, nor fear, nor stolen favor. It passed by law, by patience, by quiet merit. The soldier became king. He ruled gently. He remembered hunger. He remembered injustice. His people prospered. And in the evenings, when the fire burned low, he would sit in silence, listening to the crackle. Endurance had outlasted cruelty. Wisdom had tempered power. And so the man who once had nothing found his place in the world, not by force, not by pride, but by waiting. Long ago, in a land shaped by war, there lived a young soldier. Battle had been his school, discipline his daily bread, courage his second skin. When danger came, he stood firm. When others faltered, he moved forward. As long as war raged, his life had meaning. Then, one day, the cannons fell silent. Peace was declared. The soldier was praised, clapped on the shoulder, and sent away. No pay, no promise, no place to go. His parents were gone. The family home was sold. His brothers turned him away. "You must fend for yourself," they said. Hunger followed him. Shame walked beside him. In a peaceful world, he felt useless. With thin boots and an empty stomach, he wandered across a wide, empty heath. Only wind, only twisted trees, only his thoughts. "I know no trade but war," he whispered, "and war no longer wants me." Then a figure appeared, a man well-dressed, soft-spoken, too calm. He looked at the soldier as if he already knew every thought. "Hard times," the stranger said gently. The soldier felt a chill. Something was wrong, yet he listened. The stranger studied him quietly. "You call yourself fearless," he said. "Let us see if that is true." Before the soldier could reply, the bushes behind him shook. Branches cracked, leaves scattered. Out from the scrub lumbered a bear. Huge, dark, growling low, so deep the ground seemed to tremble. The soldier did not step back. He lifted his musket, aimed once, and fired. The bear fell with a heavy crash and did not rise again. The stranger nodded slowly. "Courage you have," he said. "But courage alone is not enough." His voice changed, smoother, colder. "I offer you a bargain." The soldier stiffened, already guessing the truth. "For 7 years," the stranger said, "you will live as you are. You will not wash. You will not comb your hair or beard. You will not cut your nails. You will not pray. No wicked deeds, he added calmly. Only endurance. He paused. If you die before the 7 years end, your soul is mine. If you live, you will be free and rich for the rest of your days. The soldier thought of empty nights, of doors closed in his face, of a world that no longer needed him. Pride burned in his chest, but hunger burned deeper. I agree, he said. The stranger smiled. He handed the soldier a green coat. Reach into its pocket, he said. Gold spilled into his palm. Then the stranger skinned the fallen bear. This will be your cloak, he said, and your bed. Because of it, men will call you Bearskin. The stranger vanished like smoke. The soldier pulled on the coat, wrapped himself in the hide, and stepped forward. The world was the same, but he was not. The soldier wandered where he pleased. Fields, roads, villages, and lonely crossings. Wherever he went, the green coat never emptied. Gold came easily, and he spent it freely. He gave coins to beggars without counting. He paid for meals he never ate himself, and each time he helped someone, he asked for one thing in return. Pray for me, he said. Pray that I live to see the end of my time. The years began to mark him. His hair grew long and matted. His beard thickened, stiff with dirt. His nails curled and darkened. The smell of smoke, sweat, and earth clung to him. People noticed. Children hid behind their mothers. Dogs barked and strained at their chains. Doors closed when he approached. At one inn, the keeper blocked the doorway. I will not have that thing inside, the man said. The soldier placed a handful of gold on the table. Fear wrestled with greed. Greed won. He was given a corner near the stable, far from the others. No one spoke to him. No one met his eyes. That night, he heard quiet sobbing nearby. Outside the inn sat an old man, bent and shaking, ruined by debt. His land gone, his future empty. The soldier sat beside him and listened without speaking. When the old man finished, the soldier paid every debt in full. The old man wept with relief. In gratitude, he said, take my daughter as your wife. The eldest screamed when she saw him. The second laughed and turned away in disgust. The youngest stayed silent. She looked past the filth and into his eyes. I will, she said softly. The soldier broke a ring in two. He gave her one half and kept the other. When my time is done, he said, I will return. Then he walked back into the road, alone again, to finish the years that remained. The soldier kept walking, from town to town, from road to road. He did not change his ways. Gold still passed through his hands. The poor still ate because of him. And each time he gave, he asked the same thing. "Pray for me," he said. "Only pray." Far away, the young woman waited. She wore dark clothes, as if already widowed. She kept the broken ring close to her heart. Her sisters laughed at her. "You chose a beast," they said. "You chose dirt and shame." She did not answer. She waited. The years thinned. The soldier felt it in his bones. The weight of the time grew lighter, not heavier. The final day approached like a quiet breath. On the last evening, he returned to the empty heath, the place where it had all begun. The well-dressed man appeared as before, clean, calm, smiling. "The time is finished," he said. The soldier nodded. "One thing," he replied. "Clean me before you take what is yours. I will not stand before the world like this." The man frowned, but he agreed. With a sharp motion, the filth fell away. The hair shortened. The skin cleared. The soldier stood tall again, stronger than before. The green coat vanished. The bearskin was taken back. The gold was gone. Nothing remained but the man himself. The stranger looked disappointed. Then he disappeared. The soldier stood alone on the heath, clean, free, unknown. No one recognized him as he walked back toward the world. And that was exactly how he wished it. The victory had come quietly. The soldier returned to the village, dressed like a gentleman. Clean boots, fine coat, his posture calm and steady. No one recognized him. He walked with quiet confidence, not boasting, not rushing. Gold was with him again, but it did not rule him. He carried it as a tool, not a prize. At last, he reached the old man's house. The door opened wide. The family stared in surprise. Before anyone could ask his name, the eldest daughters stepped forward. Their fear had vanished. Their voices softened. Their smiles grew eager. They offered food. They praised his appearance. They watched his hands, his coat, his manner. The youngest daughter stayed back. Her eyes lowered. Her voice silent. The soldier spoke gently. "I have come," he said, "to ask for a bride." The house erupted with movement. The sisters hurried to prepare themselves. Ribbons were fetched. Mirrors checked. The old man smiled nervously. He nodded again and again. When the moment came, the soldier lifted his hand. He pointed. "Her," he said. Silence fell. The youngest looked up in disbelief. The sisters froze. The soldier stepped closer. From his pocket, he drew a broken ring. He held it out. Her breath caught. She reached into her dress and revealed the other half. The pieces fit perfectly. Only then did he speak the truth. He told them who he had been, what he had endured, why he had returned. The old man wept. The daughter bowed her head, trembling with relief. The marriage was agreed at once. The sisters watched from the side. Their smiles had turned thin. Their envy burned quietly. Justice had arrived, not with cruelty, but with perfect balance. The wedding was celebrated quietly, but with true warmth. There was food on every table. Music filled the yard. Laughter returned to a house that had long known fear. The soldier stood beside his bride. He did not boast. He did not explain his rise. He simply held her hand and gave thanks that the years were over. As night settled, the candles burned low. Guests drifted away. The air grew still. Then the fire flickered. A familiar presence stepped from the shadows, well-dressed, polite, smiling without warmth. The devil did not shout. He did not threaten. "You kept your bargain," he said calmly. "So will I." The soldier felt his body tighten. He moved forward, but the devil raised a hand. "Not yours," he continued. "Others." Outside the house, a cry echoed once, then another, far away, unseen. The soldier understood. Not every debt was erased, not every evil undone. He clenched his fists, but he did not strike. The contract was finished. The cost had already been paid. The devil adjusted his coat. His eyes lingered, amused. "You chose survival," he said. "And survival always casts a shadow." Then he was gone. No smoke, no fire, only silence. The bride looked at her husband. Fear crossed her face. He met her gaze and nodded slowly. "Yes," he said softly. "It is over. And it is not clean." They stood together in the quiet house. Joy still lived there. So did truth. The soldier did not pretend otherwise. He accepted the weight of what remained. Victory, he knew now, was never pure, only endured. The soldier lived the rest of his life with care, not in excess, not in fear, he remembered hunger. So his doors stayed open. No traveler left without food. No poor man was turned away unheard. His wealth was used quietly. Fields were repaired. Debts were forgiven. Families were lifted before they broke. His marriage was built on waiting, on trust, on a promise kept through years of silence. They spoke often by the fire at night, not of gold, not of power, but of endurance. The soldier never forgot the bargain. He did not deny it. He did not praise it. Some nights, when the wind moved through the trees, he remembered the well-dressed stranger, the calm voice, the hidden cost, and he taught his children this: strength alone is not enough. Courage must be guided. Choices follow a man longer than his victories. Cruelty, he said, always devours itself. Patience builds what force cannot. Faith is not proven in comfort. It is proven in waiting, in restraint, in refusing to become what tempts you. In time, the soldier grew old. His hair turned white. His hands softened. When he walked through his fields at dawn, the world felt balanced again. Not perfect, but just enough. And so the story rests there, like embers after a long fire, warm, quiet, unforgotten. The sun warmed the forest. Leaves rustled in the breeze. Bees hummed among the flowers. The air smelled sweet and fresh. A bear walked slowly. Heavy paws pressed the earth. By his side, a wolf trotted. The wolf was quick. The bear was strong. They moved together, calm and easy. Suddenly, the bear stopped. He lifted his head. From the trees came a song, clear and high, then soft and low. It wove through the branches like silver threads. "Brother Wolf," said the bear, ears twitching. "What bird sings so beautifully? I have never heard anything like it." The wolf nodded. "That," he said, "is the king of all birds. Every creature bows before him." The bear's eyes shone. A king in the forest? He wanted to see the royal palace. He wanted to meet the singer himself. The bear's eyes sparkled. "A king lives here?" he said. "I must see his palace. I must see the singer." The wolf shook his head. "Patience," he said. "You cannot rush in. We must wait until the queen arrives. It is not polite to barge into a royal home." The bear sighed, but curiosity tugged at him. Soon, the queen appeared. She flitted from branch to branch. A tiny morsel rested in her beak. Behind her came the king. Together, they fed their chicks, hidden in a little hole. The bear's paws itched. He wanted to stride forward, but the wolf tugged him back. "Wait," whispered the wolf. "Respect their home. Do not disturb the parents." Finally, the parents flew away. The bear crept closer. He thrust his great nose into the nest. Inside, he found no grand palace, no gold, no jewels, only a small, moss-lined nest. 5 tiny chicks stretched their thin necks. The bear laughed loudly. "A royal palace? Ha!" he bellowed. "What miserable little things! You are no king's children, just ragged, common brats." The chicks stiffened. Their tiny wings quivered. Beaks snapped open. They shouted in unison, "We are not. Our parents are honest and noble. Bear, you must answer for this insult. We will make you pay." The bear grumbled uneasily. The wolf shivered beside him. They slunk into the shadows. The bear slunk back into the shadows. His paws felt heavy. The wolf's eyes were troubled. Something was wrong. The chicks would not forget this insult. They refused to eat. Not even a crumb. Not even a drop of water. They stared at the food. "We will not eat," they cried, "until we know the bear has admitted we are honorable. He must ask our pardon." The kingbird ruffled his feathers. His eyes flashed with anger. "Be calm, my children," he said, "but justice will be done. The coarse bear will be punished." The king and queen flew swiftly to the bear's den. "Old growler," they called, "why have you shamed our nest? Why have you insulted our young? For this you shall pay." The bear's den shook with his grumbling. He called all the 4-footed creatures of the forest. The ox with heavy horns, the ass with long ears, the nimble deer, the swift-haired hare. Every beast who ran on earth was summoned. The willow-wrens gathered too, not just the proud falcons or wise owls, not just the starlings or sparrows. Even the tiniest gnats, hornets, and buzzing bees came. Flies swarmed in the summer heat. Soon, the sky was dark with wings. The ground trembled under hooves and paws. Both sides stared at each other. The air hummed. Everyone knew a great clash was coming. The bear braced himself. The willow-wrens chattered in anticipation. Before dawn, the willow-wren sent a spy, a tiny gnat, quick and quiet. She slipped through leaves and branches. She flew straight to the bear's camp. The gnat listened carefully. The beasts gathered, talking. She heard the fox speak. "You are are to be our commander," the bear said. "Lead the charge. Show the way." The fox's tail was the signal. High and proud, the army must attack. Dropped low, they must retreat. The gnat remembered every word. She zipped back to the Willow-Wren. "Listen carefully," she buzzed. "The fox commands the beasts. Their tail is the signal. We can use this." At sunrise, the armies lined up. Hooves pounded the ground. Wings fluttered, whirred and beat. The air hummed with noise and tension. The Willow-Wren's hornets dived. One stung the fox's tail. The fox yelped and lifted a leg. He kept his tail high. The second sting made him wince. The tail dipped for a moment. The third sting was too much. The fox yelped and clamped his tail between his legs. The beasts below misread the signal. They panicked. Horns crashed. Hooves scattered. The army of the earth ran. Every creature fled to its hole. The sky cleared of their threat. The birds chirped and soared. Victory was theirs. The hornets buzzed triumphantly. The Willow-Wren and Queen flew home. Joy filled their hearts. Their chicks chirped and cheered. The King and Queen flew home. Their wings cut through the morning air. Joy filled their hearts. They landed beside their chicks. "The battle is won," they cried. "Rejoice, little ones. Eat and drink to your heart's content." But the chicks shook their heads. Not a crumb would they touch. Not a drop of water. "We will not celebrate," they said, "until the bear himself comes. He must bow. He must ask our pardon." The Willow-Wren looked stern. "Old Growler," he called, "come out of your cave. Humble yourself before my brood, or suffer the consequences." The bear shivered. He lumbered out slowly. His head hung low, every step heavy. He reached the nest. He bowed deeply. "I am sorry," he groaned. "I mocked your home. I insulted your young. You are honorable. Please forgive me." The chicks watched carefully. Then they clapped their wings. They laughed softly. They began to eat. Peace returned to the forest. The bear slunk back quietly. The Willow-Wren nodded at his children. Even the smallest can achieve honor. Even the weak can stand tall when united. And words spoken in pride must one day be answered. The sun dipped low. Shadows stretched across the trees. All was calm. All was right. There once lived a tailor, a kind, quiet man. He spent his days with needle and thread. He had one son, a very small boy, no bigger than a thumb. Everyone called him Thumbling. Though tiny, he was brave, curious, bold. He dreamed of adventure, of seeing the wide world beyond their little village. One morning, he spoke to his father. "Father, I want to go out into the world," he said. "My heart longs for it. I cannot stay here forever." The father's heart ached. He worried for his tiny son, but he nodded. "If you must go, you shall not leave unarmed," he said. He took a long needle. He fixed a small knob of wax on its tip. "This is your sword," he said. "Carry it with care. Let it guard you on your journeys." Thumbling sat with his parents for one last meal. Steam rose from the plates. He leaned closer. A curl of warm steam lifted him. Up the chimney he went, over rooftops, above the village, into the wide, waiting world. Small in size, brave in heart. Thumbling's adventures had begun, full of courage, full of curiosity, full of wonder. Thumbling traveled from village to village. He looked for work with masters of every craft. He found them all busy. Their food was plain, tasteless. He poked at it with his tiny hands. "This will not do," he said. "If you serve only this, I shall leave. Tomorrow I will mark your door with chalk." The masters laughed at his small size, but he meant what he said. One evening, he worked for a mistress. She was strict. She gave him little to eat. He frowned. He spoke boldly. "If you feed us no better, I shall be gone. Too many potatoes, too little meat. Farewell, Mr. Potato King." The mistress grew angry. She seized a cloth to strike him. Thumbling darted under a thimble. He peeked out and stuck out his tongue. She tried to lift the thimble. He slipped into the folds of the cloth, then into a crack in the table. "Ho, ho, mistress," he laughed. She struck again. He slipped into a drawer. At last, she caught him. She was furious. She drove him out of the house. Thumbling hopped away. He laughed softly to himself. His small size had kept him safe. He wandered on into a dark forest. There he met a band of robbers. They whispered to one another. "See that tiny fellow? He can slip through a keyhole for us. He shall be our thief." Thumbling thought carefully. He nodded. "Yes, I will help, but I must watch and plan." He studied the chamber. Every door, every crack. He moved cautiously, ready for the adventure ahead. Thumbling crept to the treasure chamber. He studied the doors, every lock, every bolt. he found a tiny crack, just wide enough for him to slip inside. He climbed through. Inside, silver coins gleamed. One by one, he pushed them down for the robbers waiting below. They cheered quietly. Suddenly, the king arrived. He came to check the treasure. Thumbling froze. He darted behind a beam. He held his breath. The king saw some coins were missing. He frowned, but the locks were untouched. He left, warning the guards to watch closely. Thumbling resumed his work. The coins clinked. The guards rushed in. Thumbling leapt. He covered himself with a cloth. "Here I am," he cried. They ran to that corner. He had already hopped away. "Ho, ho, over here!" Again and again he fooled them. At last they gave up, tired and frustrated. The robbers praised him. "You are clever," they said. "Will you lead us?" Thumbling shook his head. "First, I must see more of the world." He took only one coin. It was all he could carry. Then he left, waving goodbye. He found work at an inn. There, he spied on the maids. He told the master what they stole. The maids grew angry. One day, they caught him. They tied him in a cloth, then tossed him to the cows. A great black cow swallowed him whole. It was dark and scary. When the butcher came, Thumbling shouted. He dodged the chopping. He slipped between the blows. Next, he was pressed into black pudding, hung to smoke. He waited. When the moment was right, he sprang out. He ran free once more. Thumbling wandered through fields and woods. He felt free. The wind lifted his hair. The sun warmed his tiny face. Suddenly, a fox appeared. It moved quickly. Thumbling froze. The fox lunged. "Hello, Mr. Fox," he cried. "It is I, Thumbling. I am too small to harm you. Please let me go." The fox tilted its head. "You are tiny. I could eat you easily." Thumbling thought fast. "I am small, yes, but I can help you. Promise me the chickens in my father's yard. Then you may let me go safely." The fox considered. Thumbling spoke earnestly. "You shall have them, all of them, and I will be grateful forever." The fox nodded. With care, it carried him gently. It set him down near his home. Thumbling breathed deeply. He was safe. He looked around at the familiar fields. His heart swelled. He thought of all he had seen, all he had done, all the dangers he had faced. He had earned only one coin, yet it felt enough. The adventures, the escapes, the clever tricks, they were treasures far greater than gold. He smiled, small but proud. Thumbling had grown braver, wiser too. He knew now that courage, cleverness, and wit mattered more than riches. At last, Thumbling reached his village. The familiar rooftops came into view. His tiny legs carried him quickly. Excitement and relief raced in his chest. He ran to his father's workshop. "Father!" he shouted. He held out a single coin. "1 coin from my travels," he said. "Not much, but it is mine." The tailor's eyes widened. He laughed and hugged his son tightly. "No treasure matters more than you," he whispered. His voice trembled with joy. Thumbling beamed. He felt safe. He felt loved. All the adventures, all the danger, none of it mattered now. They sat together at the hearth. Thumbling recounted his journey, the clever tricks, the narrow escapes, the robbers, the inn, even the fox. His father listened, amazed. "Brave, clever, and full of heart," the father said. "You have grown beyond your size. You have seen the world. But home is the greatest treasure of all." Thumbling nodded. He thought of everything he had learned. Courage matters more than coin. Wit matters more than strength. Love and family matter most of all. That night, he slept peacefully. The little boy, small in body but large in spirit, had returned home, safe, loved, wiser, and ready someday for more adventures, though for now he cherished the warmth of home. There was once a wizard, old and sharp of mind. He had learned many secrets. He knew spells whispered in darkness, and he wore faces as easily as cloaks. When he walked among villages, he did not look dangerous. He bent his back. He shuffled his feet. His clothes hung in rags. Across his shoulders, he carried a wicker basket, as if it held nothing more than hunger and need. To those who saw him, he seemed small, harmless, a poor soul seeking kindness. But this was a lie. When a gentle young woman stepped forward, when she reached out with bread or coin, the wizard needed only a single touch. At once, her will faded. As if drawn by unseen hands, she climbed into the basket herself. Then the wizard straightened. His steps grew long. He turned toward the forest. Deep beneath the trees, far from roads and voices, stood a lonely house hidden from the world. Those who went with him were never seen again. Doors stayed closed. Questions went unanswered. and slowly, quietly, fear settled over the villages like falling dusk. In a quiet village lived a man with 3 daughters. Each was fair, and each was kind. One morning, a beggar knocked at their door. He leaned heavily on his basket. His voice was weak. His eyes were downcast. The eldest daughter took pity on him. She stepped outside with a piece of bread. As she placed it in his hand, his fingers brushed her skin. In that instant, her body moved against her will. Her thoughts went silent. She climbed into the basket as if in a dream. The beggar straightened. He turned toward the forest. Long strides carried him deep beneath the trees. At last, they reached a house standing alone. Inside, the rooms gleamed. Golden cups lined the shelves. Silver dishes caught the light. Jewels lay scattered as though forgotten. Soft hangings covered the walls. Everything spoke of comfort and wealth. The wizard spoke gently to the girl. He promised ease. He promised safety. For a time, he was kind. Then he said he must leave. Before going, he placed keys in her hand. "These open every room," he said. "But one small key unlocks a single door. You must never use it. If you do, you will die." He placed an egg in her palm. "Carry this always," he warned. "If it is lost or stained, disaster will follow." When he was gone, the girl wandered the house. Room after shining room passed before her eyes. Yet her heart would not rest. Her thoughts returned again and again to the forbidden door. At last, she took the small key. The lock turned easily. The door flew open. Inside stood a basin filled with blood. Beside it lay broken limbs. Near them waited a heavy axe and a dark block. She cried out and dropped the egg. It fell into the blood. She washed it in terror. She scrubbed it again and again. The stain did not fade. The wizard returned swiftly, his basket swinging at his side. He entered the house and spoke without a word of greeting. "Give me the keys and the egg," he demanded. The girl obeyed, placing them in his hands. His eyes fell on the crimson stain that clung stubbornly to the egg. A shadow crossed his face. "You have disobeyed," he said coldly. "Now you must face the consequence." Before she could cry, he seized her. Her hair was torn, her arms held fast. A single strike, and life ended. Her body was thrown into the basin, joining the others. Not long after, the wizard returned to the village. Once more he appeared as a beggar, his rags and basket concealing the terror within. The father's second daughter, moved by pity, offered him bread. The same single touch stole her will. She climbed into the basket without resistance. The forest journey repeated. The house waited, gleaming with riches and false comfort. The wizard's soft words rang hollow. He left her alone with the keys and the egg, repeating the same warnings. "All doors are yours," he said, "except the one small chamber. Disobey, and death will come. Guard this egg. Let it touch no stain." Curiosity whispered to her, as it had to her sister. She could not resist. The forbidden door opened easily. Inside, the basin of blood and broken limbs awaited. The axe gleamed in the dim light, heavy with past violence. The egg slipped, staining deep red. She tried desperately to clean it. Nothing would remove the mark. The wizard returned to find her failure. As before, no mercy was shown. The girl was struck down, her body discarded into the basin, joining her sister and the others. Thus, the pattern continued, cruel and relentless, leaving only dread in its wake. At last, the wizard came to the youngest daughter. She was quiet, careful, and quick of mind. Her eyes studied the stranger before she stepped forward, and her fingers trembled less than the others. The wizard's touch still took her will, and she was carried into the forest as before. The keys were laid in her hand, the egg placed carefully within her grasp. But she did not leave it unguarded. Hidden away, she ensured the egg remained untouched and pure. She wandered through the house with steady steps, and soon reached the forbidden door. Here, she paused, knowing what awaited her. With courage, she opened it. Inside lay the bodies of her sisters, broken and lifeless. Tears stung her eyes, but she did not falter. Piece by piece, she gathered the limbs, arms to shoulders, legs to body, head to neck. She worked with care and patience until all was rejoined. Slowly, the bodies stirred. Eyes blinked open. Her sisters embraced her, trembling with joy. Life had returned to them. Their voices whispered thanks. Their hearts overflowed with relief. When the wizard returned, he saw the egg, unstained and perfect. A shadow of surprise flickered across his face. "You have passed the trial," he admitted. "Now you shall be my bride." But the power he had once held over her was no longer intact. Her mind was clear, her courage undimmed. The spell that had enslaved the others could not bind her. The balance had shifted. He would soon discover that strength and cleverness could triumph even over the darkest magic. The clever bride devised a plan before the wedding. She told the wizard he must carry a gift to her parents' home. Obediently, he lifted a heavy basket onto his back. Inside, hidden beneath blankets and layers of gold, lay her rescued sisters. None could see them. None could guess. From a small window above, the bride watched. She called softly, guiding him onward. The basket wobbled, and he longed to rest, but the mysterious voice urged him forward again and again. Sweat ran down his face as he stumbled along the road, until finally he delivered the gift safely. The sisters were left behind, unharmed. Meanwhile, she prepared for the wedding day. At the garret window, she placed a skull adorned with flowers and ornaments. It appeared as though she herself waited there, watching. Then she transformed. Covered in honey and feathers, she became a strange bird, unrecognizable to all. On the road, she passed the wizard's wedding guests. They called out, "Oh, Fitcher's bird! Where do you come from?" She replied in riddling rhyme, keeping her true identity secret. The wizard arrived and looked to the window. He saw the skull crowned with flowers and believed his bride awaited him faithfully. Satisfied, he entered the house with his guests. But outside, the bride's brothers and kin had gathered. They barred every door. The house was set ablaze. The flames roared and crackled, consuming the wizard and his companions. Inside, the sisters were safe. They emerged, free and alive. And so, the villain perished, his dark magic destroyed forever. The clever bride and her sisters were saved, and the quiet village could sleep without fear. Long ago, in a time softened by legend, there lived a wealthy man and his wife. They had fine clothes, a warm house, and enough to share. What they did not have was a child. They loved one another deeply, and they prayed often. Most of all, the wife prayed. In the courtyard before their home stood an almond tree. It grew quietly, season after season, watching the house. In winter, when the air was sharp and the ground lay white, the woman stood beneath its bare branches. She was peeling a piece of fruit. Her hands were cold. The knife slipped. A thin cut opened on her finger. A drop of blood fell. It landed on the snow. She stopped and looked down, red on white. A sigh left her lips. "If only," she whispered, "I could have a child as white as snow and as red as blood." As the words faded, something changed inside her. Her heart felt lighter, certain, as though the wish had already been heard. She wrapped her finger turned away from the tree and went back into the house, carrying quiet hope with her. The months passed, one after another. Snow melted. Clear streams ran through the courtyard. Green shoots pushed up from the soil. Flowers began to bloom. Trees filled slowly with leaves. Birds returned from faraway lands. Their songs echoed through the air. Blossoms drifted down like earth rain. The wife often stood beneath the almond tree. She breathed in the sweet, gentle scent. Her heart felt light. Joy lifted her every time she looked at the blossoms. Her body grew still as the months went by. The life inside her moved quietly. It made her hands twitch. It made her stomach flutter. When the almonds ripened, she picked them carefully. She ate them eagerly. Sometimes they made her feel sick. Her cheeks paled. Sorrow shadowed her eyes. Yet she returned to the almond tree each day. She felt calm there. She whispered to her husband, tears in her eyes, "If I die, bury me under the almond tree." Her words carried both fear and hope. Spring turned to summer. The 9th month arrived. The air felt heavy and bright. And then the child was born. A son, red as blood, white as snow. The wife held him close. Her joy was immense. She smiled at his tiny fingers and toes. Her heart was full, but then her eyes closed. She was gone. The father wept. He held the child in his arms. He buried his beloved wife beneath the almond tree. He wept for days. He wept for nights. Time passed slowly. Grief softened, but it never disappeared completely. He remembered her gentle hands. He remembered her prayers. He remembered the warmth of her love. The almond tree stood quietly. Its branches swayed softly in the wind. It seemed to watch over the child. It held the memory of his mother. It held the bond between mother and son. And beneath its boughs, life and death were quietly joined. Every morning, the father would glance at the tree. He would remember her wish. He would remember the beauty of what had been. And the child grew, safe under its silent, watchful branches. Time passed. The father remarried. His new wife was kind at first. Soon, she had a daughter of her own. The boy grew. He was strong and bright. His hair was dark. His eyes sparkled. The girl looked pale and soft beside him. The stepmother's love went to her daughter. The boy grew in the shadows. Her heart turned against him. Every glance at the boy brought her anger. She thought of the father's wealth. She thought of how it could go to her daughter. The boy was in her way. She began to act. Small slaps, harsh words, pushing him from corner to corner. He never felt safe in his own home. One day, the little girl asked her mother, "May I have an apple?" "Yes, my child," said the mother. She gave her a fine apple. The chest in the room had a heavy lid, strong iron, locked tight. The daughter turned to her brother. "Shall he have one too?" The mother's face hid her thought. "Yes," she said softly, "when he comes back from school." She waited by the window. She saw the boy returning. Her eyes narrowed. A dark plan formed. She took the apple from her daughter. She placed it inside the chest. She lifted the lid carefully. When the boy entered, she smiled kindly. "My son," she said, "would you like an apple?" He stepped closer. She held the lid open for him. He bent down. Crash! The lid fell. The boy's head fell among the apples. The mother's face went pale. Fear and calculation mixed in her eyes. She acted fast. She took a white handkerchief. She tied the head to the neck. Nothing was visible. She placed him on a chair before the door. Apple still in hand. The girl ran to the mother, worried. Mother whispered, "Keep quiet. No one must see." The boy sat still. He looked pale. The mother's heart raced. She had done the terrible act. The house was quiet again. The stepmother's cruelty was complete. The boy was alive in body, but trapped. Fear filled the rooms. The apple, the chest, and the girl became part of her scheme. The home was no longer safe. Every corner hid danger. The boy's life hung quietly under the shadow of the almond tree. The boy sat quietly. He did not speak. He did not move. The sister noticed. Something was wrong. Her small heart raced. She ran to her mother. "Brother isn't answering," she said. The stepmother spoke softly. "Go to him. Ask him for the apple again. If he does not answer, give him a box on the ear." The girl obeyed. She tapped his shoulder. She cried out. His head fell. Terror filled her. She screamed. She ran to her mother. "Oh, mother, I have hurt him." The stepmother hushed her. "Be quiet. No one must see. We will put him away safely." The father returned home. He sat at the table. "Where is my son?" he asked. The stepmother answered calmly. "He went to his uncle's house for a while. He asked to stay 6 weeks." The father nodded slowly. He did not know. He ate his meal. The broth was hot and black. He ate with good appetite. He finished every bite. Bones fell under the table. The sister could not stop crying. She went to her chest of drawers. She found her best handkerchief. She gathered the bones. Piece by piece, she wrapped them carefully. She went outside. The green grass was soft under her feet. She placed the bundle beneath the almond tree. A lightness filled her heart. The terrible fear began to fade. The almond tree moved. Its branches waved gently. The boughs drew together. Then they parted, like hands clapping. A cloud rose above the tree. A soft fire glimmered inside it. From the flames, a bird appeared. It was bright and beautiful. Its wings stretched wide. Its song was sweet. It sang of the wrong that had been done. The sister watched. Her eyes were wide. Her fear turned to awe. She felt hope return. The boy, now transformed, lived in another form. The tree held him. The bird carried his voice. The father and stepmother did not know yet, but the boy's spirit was ready. Justice was growing. Innocence had survived. The sister's tears stopped. Her heart felt lighter. The almond tree had kept its promise. The bones beneath it were no longer just bones. They were part of a life waiting to be restored. The house felt still. The wind whispered through the courtyard. The bird sang once more, and the sister smiled. She understood that the boy would return, and the almond tree would watch over him until that day. The almond tree shivered. Its branches waved faster. The air was thick. A cloud formed above it. A soft fire glowed inside the cloud. From the flames, a bird appeared. Red and green feathers shone. Its eyes sparkled like tiny stars. It stretched its wings. It sang. I was murdered by my mother. My father ate me. My sister Marjorie gathered my bones. She placed them beneath the almond tree. Kiwit, kiwit, kiwit. Oh, what a beautiful bird am I. The sister watched. Her fear melted away. Peace filled her heart. The bird flew from the tree. It rose high into the sky. It landed on the roof of a goldsmith's house. Its song continued, full and clear. The goldsmith heard it. He rushed outside, barefoot, half-dressed. "Bird, how beautifully you sing!" he cried. The bird tilted its head. "I do not sing twice for nothing," it said. The goldsmith thought quickly. He offered a gold chain from his shop. The bird nodded. It sang again. Every word rang true. Then it took the chain in its right claw. The bird flew to another house, a shoemaker's roof. It perched there. The children ran to see it. Neighbors gathered. Everyone stared in wonder. The bird sang the full story again. My mother murdered me. My father ate me. My sister Marjorie found my bones. She laid them under the almond tree. Kaiwit, Kaiwit, Kaiwit. Oh, what a beautiful bird am I. The shoemaker's daughter ran inside. She brought a pair of red shoes. The bird looked at them. It took them in its left claw. Then it sang once more. The crowd watched in silence. Every word repeated the terrible truth. The story could not be hidden. Justice was clear. The mother's guilt had become known. The bird's song carried far. It flew across the rooftops. It told the tale of cruelty. It honored the courage of the sister. It revealed the innocence of the boy. The red shoes and gold chain were held by the bird. It flew with them as proof. The city streets were quiet, except for its sweet, ringing voice. Truth had been sung. Justice would follow. The sister felt joy. She clapped her hands softly. Her heart was light. The almond tree swayed gently behind her. The boy's spirit was safe. The story could not be undone. The bird left the city. It flew toward the mill. The mill went clip-clap, clip-clap. 20 men were working. They swung their hammers. Hick-hack, hick-hack, hick-hack. The bird perched on a tree by the mill. It began to sing. My mother murdered me. My father ate me. My sister Marjorie found my bones. She placed them beneath the almond tree. Kaiwit, Kiwit, Kiwit. Oh, what a beautiful bird am I. One by one, the millers looked up. Some stopped hammering. Some listened in wonder. Gradually, the work slowed. The last man remained swinging the hammer. He heard only the end. The bird spoke. I cannot sing twice for nothing. If you give me the millstone, I will sing again. The millers whispered to each other. They agreed. The bird nodded. The men lifted the heavy millstone with poles. Yo! Yo! The bird placed its head through the hole in the stone. It flew up, carrying the weight around its neck. Once more, the song rang out. My mother murdered me. My father ate me. My sister Marjorie found my bones. She placed them beneath the almond tree. Kaiwit, Kaiwit, Kaiwit. Oh, what a beautiful bird am I. The bird soared through the sky. It carried the chain, the red shoes, and the millstone. The wind rushed past its wings. It flew toward the family home. Inside, the father felt joy. He could not explain it. Something in the air made him smile. Anticipation filled his chest. The stepmother sat in the corner. Her teeth chattered. A fire seemed to run through her veins. She felt dread. Fear made her hands shake. The sister wept quietly. Her heart was still heavy with worry. But now, hope stirred. The father stood by the window. He felt sunlight on his face. It was warm. It felt like meeting a long-lost friend. The stepmother hid her face. She could not bear the noise of the bird. She refused to see or hear. The sister sat with her hands in her lap. Her plate was full of tears. She watched as the bird landed on the almond tree. Its song rang through the house. My mother murdered me. My father ate me. My sister, Marjorie, found my bones. She placed them beneath the almond tree. Kiwit, Kiwit, Kiwit. Oh, what a beautiful bird am I. The contrast inside the house was clear. The father felt joy. The sister felt hope. The stepmother felt fear. The weight of justice had arrived. It hung in the air. It could not be denied. The bird flew back. It perched on the almond tree. Its song rang loud. My mother murdered me. My father ate me. My sister, Marjorie, found my bones. She placed them beneath the almond tree. Kiwit, Kiwit, Kiwit. Oh, what a beautiful bird am I. The stepmother trembled. Guilt and fear twisted her face. Her knees shook. Her hands clutched at her chest. She could not stand it. The father felt a strange joy. He went outside, drawn by the music. The bird dropped the gold chain onto his neck. It fit perfectly. He touched it in wonder. The sister stepped forward. The bird placed the red shoes at her feet. Her heart leapt. She picked them up. Sudden joy filled her. She laughed softly. Her sadness melted away. The stepmother ran outside. She wanted to escape the truth. But the millstone swung from the sky. Crash! It fell on her head. She was gone. Smoke rose. Flames flickered around the tree. The air smelled of fire. The house shook slightly. The bird sang on, loud and clear. Justice had been done. Then the bird flew away. It disappeared into the sky. The almond tree was still again. And the boy returned. Human form. He ran to his father. He hugged his sister. Tears of relief fell. Their family was together again. The father's eyes glistened. He held them both close. Quiet happiness filled the courtyard. No one spoke at first. They just breathed. Finally, they went inside. They sat at the table. A warm meal was served. The fire crackled gently. The plates were filled. The father, sister, and boy ate together. Laughter returned. The house felt alive again. The almond tree stood quietly outside. Its branches swayed in the soft breeze. It had watched over them. It had kept the promise of life. The boy, safe at last, looked out at its branches. Peace had returned. Innocence was restored. The wrongs were punished. The family felt calm. And so they lived quietly. The day's terror was behind them. The night settled over the courtyard. The tree glimmered softly in the moonlight. The boy smiled. The sister laughed softly. The father nodded. They were together, safe and ready to rest.